All right, day 3. Bro, big balls, big balls, big balls. You mother. Not great, not bad. Bro. Come on. I'm blinking. Alright, that was a little bit better. My eyes. Little ball! We're climbing, we're climbing. You little. Slow it down, Tommy. Oh, come on. Worse. Stinky, stinky poopy. Get over here! Niet zo goed. Oké, oké. Come on! Going again. Oh, little ball. I mean, I think I'm getting better. This is kind of crazy. But I feel like I'm better. Just really minor things. It could just be me being a little crazy right now. Whoa. Let's keep it running. Hey. Bro, slow it down, Tommy. Next task. How many more of these do we got? Probably like 5. Maybe 7. Bro. That's a big boy. I can't do this. Yo. I'm decreasing. Come on. Can't be missing these big boys. Bro. Wow, what's going on? I was much better to begin with. Now I'm slowly, or maybe I've normalized. Get back here. I feel like I'm doing better than I was in 70s. Yeah, look at this. 19s today. That was 15, and probably last one here because I accidentally hit replay instead of the next one. What the food? Alright, we're chilling. Oh, here we go. Alright, cool. Bro! How is it still this? I'm losing it. Bow. Alright, here we go. Good shot. Next. Ten more to go. 10 more to go. Woo! Okie dokie. Why can't I hit that? Close in a high score. Oh my gosh, what is this? Kind of dialing in right now. Damn it. Say Wednesday? Ooh, is that high score? New record! Okay, kind of felt the burn in the hand on that one. Come on! Hit the darn shot! Dancing around him. Come on. I suck. Not terrible. Three more, three more, three more. What is that? Not great. Ah. Alright. Last one, best one, last one, best one. Slurp, slurp. Damn. 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 Miss. Miss. Alright. Dunzo! On to Apex Legends. Bitch. I had it in the wrong category. I'm not playing Minecraft. That was Aim Labs. Gotta get some more space on this. Oh, there we go. We got 25 minutes free. I'm tired. Hola. Nigel Thornberry. Yeah. What's up, team? One team, one dream? One team, one dream! What should I do? Let's do Peter. Oh, did my teammates quit on me? No, they're just not. One team, one dream! Wait, how did I do that? Hey, what the fuck? Oh, I got real. It's kind of loud. I got grilled, son. What the? Tantamount?
Halo's out. Get inside and get right, alright? Just giving my shields a recharge.
A Cravey baby? Oh shit. This is...
They neutralized us all. Let's neutralize them, shall we? Captured. Putting up some amped cover.
My kill.
Tossing up some amped cover. Yeah, get off us, eh? That zone is ours, you muppets.
Oh, come on.
Putting up some amped cover. No sweating bullets on my account. Rampart's back. Right. Amp cover for you, mates.
Hold it down.
Amp cover for you, mates.
Get ready, it's zipline time.
Cover's getting backed up. We neutralized his up. Tossing up some amped cover.
I'm being kind of a coward here, but they flipped it on us.
Oh, they neutralized the zone. Let's neutralize them, shall we? Amp cover's getting backed up. We neutralized that bloody zone.
Fucking gunfight there.
Get off us, eh? That zone is ours, you... Tossing up some amped cover. Charging my shield.
Yeah. Thought we're coming. Okay, okay, okay. We're back at B, baby.
Halfway to winning, excitingly fun.
Capture bonus to add zones too. Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
Stinky, I want to change mine. Shit. He's die? Yo, what the fuck?
Throwing thermite.
I'm perped out, baby.
Putting up some amped cover.
They got us zone. That's a bad thing.
How they get that capture bonus? Hands up. Get inside and get right, alright?
Oh shit. need to get into the firefight. That's why I'm here.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Yo!
Peacekeeper here.
I'm Ravens, what's up? I do not play like a one-man army. I'm pretty poor. Pretty terrible, but we're getting better.
Bad news.
Do we go for some... Oh, we definitely don't want to run off the edge. I appreciate that, Iron Ravens. Fuck that, I'm not see you before. What the? What the fuck? I'm ass. Ass and titties. Where's his advantage at? Oh, what's up? 126 on your hoe?
Giving my shields a recharge.
We're about to Oh. Ah, I got hit some shots. We're gonna find the positives. Ooh, not great, not great. I'm certainly not carrying my team. Oh, we killed each other. Fine. It is what it is. Dubs it up. Dubs a dub. I had more kills than Jack Backwood. Cynical. Come on. Where's it? I was putting out damage there. I don't know what happened. Gun run. Yeah, baby. T-Dome. Yeah, baby.
I've got everything we need. Keep your friends close.
I don't know what happened there. Yeah, baby. You please increase the size. That would be great.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
One team, one dream.
Gun run.
Where the hell am I? Oh, fuck.
Enemy at that location.
You're above me. Right under me. Where the hell am I? Oh my gosh. That's a kill, baby.
learned. Only a fool would consider me bested.
I'm trying to get up there. Yeah, baby.
Recharging shields. Time to bind you.
Forgot about like you.
Like a rat in a trap.
Oh boy. Fuck, he's behind me.
Full squad has reached halfway point necessary for victory.
Found. Mark them.
What just happened there, man? Glitch out. Oh, he's already on shotgun? 15? What the fuck? Homie's running through us.
These tie fine. Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught.
Mine! Yeah, baby! And we're turbocharged? AKA about to win? I can hear these hoes, I just don't know where they are. Hoes, where are you? Where are you, hoes?
My shields are low. Unacceptable.
What? Oh. My kill. Oh. I got schmizacked.
Attention, Eagle Squad.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. My boy. Longbow? Me. Dumbass.
A phase tear. Use it.
That's what's up, bitch.
They will be caught. Like a rat in a trap.
Let me at him. Let me at him. Oh! Intentional. What? Yeah, I mean, that was pretty bad of my part. I am almost in third place for solos. No! Desktop Bert. Bert. Team Death. I only get one game each year. We need to smack some more water after this. Water? Team Death? I think we'll be. Oh, it's only two of us. What up, homie? One team, one dream, baby. Are you gonna carry me?
I don't know.
Ah, what the fuck?
What do you think you're doing? Get no scope, kid.
Get off of him! You're hurting him.
Ready, kill. I see you. Yeah, come on.
You're hurting him. I got the assist there, brother. What the hell?
You should have scurried away while you had the chance.
Bro, I was just camping over there with like sentinels and longbows and shit.
Stupid. Not even fun.
Not anymore.
I can't get a kill. I'm so bad.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they are just freaking camping.
Freaking bullets.
Attention, delivering care package sponsored by Shabrex.
Recharging my shields, cover me.
Can I not bot out, please?
Who plays Vantage in this?
Where are you? Hi, I'm dead.
How does that fray look?
That scared a little.
Two is better than
Check it out. Here, guns up. Only found it. I'm recharging my shields.
Kingdom, recharge your shields.
Oh my god, I just got shredded.
You've
This
just
fucking
got that
vantage up
prey
top.
look.
I'm so bad.
Bang.
Right.
And this time, it's
I
personal.
need better talk. Better sub talk. Oh my god, bro. That's a kill, baby. That's a kill.
Wow, 5 and I still almost killed one.
This vantage up top is really bugging me.
You just got that prey look.
They're all bad.
Yeah.
Oh. Ah. It's so bad that it have to come from behind.
Hold on.
Oh. Get up there. Got the actual jump.
Serpentine. Serpentine.
Hold on. Recharging shields.
Fuck.
I knew this had happened.
This vantage is just better than me.
Back. You'll let go.
Why in the fucking
I'm stuck.
Gateway.
Can you put it way up there?
I'm stuck.
Through the gate.
Come on, bro.
Hold on. Recharging shields.
Go get him, Stinger.
Going out the gate.
I'm recharging my shields. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Gate. Any crashes. Recharging shields. Recharging shields.
Oh god, you fucking cat.
Heroic Nexus was ruined by some anti. Tragic ending. Hold on. Recharging shields. Ready to fall back.
Fucking ridiculous, bro.
Recharging my shields.
Just hiding inside, trying not to die. go up that bridge? That was the last death.
You just got that right.
Vamos. Team death.
Hone your mind to a razor's edge.
Let's do it. They were just doing it to us, so let's do it back on. Let's duty on them. Wait. One team, one dream. I feel like
Got a car.
Alright, and here we go.
Same map, ain't it? Yeah.
Yep.
we got this.
Need a new angle on this.
You protect me up, pals.
I should have picked up long range weapon here.
Shields recharging.
Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught.
Shields recharging.
Recharging shields.
Shields recharging.
Can't hit a darn shot.
Recharging shield.
Recharging shields.
God damn it!
Let's find a good perch. Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Shields recharging.
Ah, stinky, 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 boopy, stinky, stinky, boop. Come on!
Shields recharging. Another wee pick me up.
Oh. I should have picked a different weapon.
Care package being delivered.
Never too late,
Sponsored by
switch.
Chevrex.
Need a new angle on this.
Shields are depleted.
Time to hunt, little guy.
Recharging.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Care package being delivered. Sponsored by Chevrex.
Fling it arc star.
Recharging shields.
No, 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 no,
No!
Shields are
They
depleted.
need it now.
Sponsored by Chevrex.
So low! Yeah, baby!
Recharging shields.
Attention.
Taking a new angle.
By Chevrex.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Bring me back up to safety, baby!
Better angle. Tag some prey. Recharging my shields.
Attention. Delete care package. Sponsored by Chevrex.
Arc star. Arc star out.
Got a tag on him.
Recharging shields.
1 kill, baby! 1 kill!
Don't worry, I didn't die.
Caught with no way out. Shields are depleted.
Echo picked a sweet angle. Moving. Just try and hide with that shiny tag on you.
Bro.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Launching to a new angle. Recharging shields.
Flinging an arc star.
Go there. Enemy with level 2 shields here. Part of a full squad.
Let's push you in line. Caught like a rat in a trap.
Oh. Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby!
Flinging an arc star.
See those kills all day!
Right here. Level 2 shields. Part of a full squad.
Unleash it, muscle gravity.
Recharging shields.
Recharging my shields.
Oh.
Getting a fresh angle.
Attention.
Oh my god!
Victory.
Tearing away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Echo and I are.
There is finding me.
Alright, let's get in the game. Let's get an actual Apex Arena. One team, one dream.
Yo.
Yurt.
Yeah.
Amateur hour is over. Time for the big leagues.
Today will be one of those experiences you'll sit back and say, oh yeah.
Real is that. Watch your
remember
side and never quit.
Introducing your champion.
butler here. I'll take out the trash myself.
A lot of support on
Remember
this
that.
team. Very supportive.
All that loot looks heavy.
Yo, you got,
Let
can,
me
can
help
you
you
carry
with that.
No, no, no.
I say we land here.
I'll
Your
try
ass?
that. Yeah.
Oh,
Heard that.
Heard that.
Eh?
I say we land here. Get ready.
I'm here to get the
Moving
reses
out.
off, though. You know what I mean? Support, support, support.
Let's check out that way. Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does.
See your support, bro, and I'll support you.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Bro, what?
Say one. We're all inside this ring.
Attention. First blood. Evo harvesters
First
are now
blood.
available.
FNGs always go first.
My ultimate's good to go. Ha! Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Fine, baby!
Found extra supplies here. Arm up.
Ring's moving.
Evo harvester spotted near me.
Hurt? Who's shooting? Somebody's shooting behind us.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ.
Faking him out with a decoy.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
I leveled up. Nice. And I get an upgrade. That's much nicer or equally as better. Now that is an upgrade.
You looting this? I think it's empty.
I got you a present. The next ring location. Check your map. Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does. Positions. Check your map. And you're welcome.
Nobody around. You wanna try to go there and fight?
Got extra supplies here? No need to thank me.
Ultimate's ready. On my mark.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
Yeah, you kind of far, Gango. Pull up.
Hurt. Hummer.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does.
Be enhancing weapons and shit? So, bro.
No hobby.
New kill leader, soon to be me.
Let's go that way.
Loud and clear.
Let me scout it out.
Bam goes the boozle.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Keep running, bro.
Next ring's not close.
Replicator being
I can
delivered.
smell them.
Got a replicator coming down.
Open door here. Does nobody... Backpack here. Level... Gotta hop up here. Skull piercer.
Thank you.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good. No thanks needed. Just take
They
Brian
gonna
out.
be this
Scan up
way,
there.
y'all.
Yeah, you need the scan.
Enemy positions marked on your map. Ring's close. One more minute.
Target over there. Enemy spotted. Hostile spotted.
This weapon is enhanced. Beautiful. Dangerous. Ring's close. 45 seconds.
Enemy over there.
Loud and clear.
Want to do something about it?
Contact.
Here's advantage.
Might be something good that way. I'm spotted. Taking
Yeah.
fire.
Get to bamboozling.
Just giving my shields a here. Take contact. Need lead. You done good, Doc. Come on back now.
Reloading.
Recharging my shields.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Rings around the corner. 10 left.
Firm hit on cargo, bud.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Anything nice in here?
Ring's moving. I need a barrel mod. Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
Zipline here.
Give my shield a recharge.
Bad news.
Whoops.
Slump down.
Enemy shields broke. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Taking fire.
They're revving.
Give my shields a recharge.
That's that old baby.
Your
Mistress
key.
need have your back stabbed.
see me? Now you don't. Now you see me? Boom. You're dead.
Introducing your champion.
Holy hell! One team, one dream. Let's get a fight off drop here, huh?
I'm Jump Master. I'll pick the party spot.
Sounds like we're going over here.
Hey, maybe we land here. Or maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
Yes.
Follow the leader. Let's check out that way. Supply bin there.
An enemy landed near me. Their final mistake.
Allowing themselves to be caught. Enemy field cracked. Reloading.
Attention. First blood.
Yeah, now. They're getting me.
Fuck! I suck.
Enemy shield cracked. Found by my hand. I shattered an enemy's shield. Recharging shield.
Oh, dude. Homie was AFK.
Repairing damages.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Another team coming in.
So look at you.
Might be able to get res.
Damages.
New kill leader appointed.
A new kill leader. This fight isn't over. Get up.
We're going in.
Give him my shield to recharge.
No, we're not. I'm fighting this, bro.
New kill leader appointed.
Get out there and bamboozle. New kill leader. Assuming me. You got bamboozle. Enemy shield cracked. Oh yeah. Now that's an upgrade. Reloading.
One kill squad. Even killing them was dull. Recharging shields. Do not leave that banner behind. Repairing damages.
Care package being delivered.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
I have the banner. We must correct their failure.
Deploying respawn beacon. Bam. Guess I'm running out of ideas. Just gotta patch myself up. Gotta patch myself up. Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it basically so
Whoops.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
What was that?
need an extended heavy mag.
I get a scan too. What? Balloon just went up to the northeast.
I see one of those evac towers deployed over there.
They're probably gonna jump on us.
Ideal.
Optics here. Close range.
Yep, they're here, they're here.
Odds if they remove. Always. An enemy landed near me. Their final mistake.
Bad guy over there. Firing. Go out and bamboozle him. Nothing on my sleeves and whoosha! Extra supplies. Knockdown shield here. Heat shield here. Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy. Got bad
I
people
hear him, I
noises
hear
this
him.
way. Like people who are bad making noises. This way.
Very low, very low, very low. Should push if we can.
Enemy bamboozle.
There's a lifeline in there, so if we knock one, just gotta be careful still.
Enemy down.
This fight isn't over.
You should let me res him. God damn it, dude.
I always get what catches my eye. Today that was you.
There are two teams. 3 party legends, whatever that
Chosen
means.
an upgrade. Skill is the best accessory.
Alright, last game. And then I need to switch it up. We got 2 hours left. Zoinks. One team, one dream.
3 words. Win and win again.
This place is something else. Let's go.
Introducing your champion. Found my path to win.
Looky here. I've mastered the jump.
I'm the jump.
Where are we right
Go bamboozle.
now? Oh, come on, no!
Attention. First blood.
Saw my next hit. Right. I hear something. Watch for enemies over there. I cracked a skin suit shield. Next victim, right here.
Very low, very low. Very low, very low, very low.
Even Harbor Shield is unchecked anymore. Here, take Doc. He'll fix you up.
Reloading. Arcstar out.
Rings close. 30 seconds.
I think this place needs a little more me. Yeah. I'm out of heavy ammo.
Rings around the corner. Head left.
Firing up.
Here, take Doc. He'll fix you.
You got bamboozled.
I've got some hits on me.
I'm down.
Broke that shield now. I got it. I'm still down.
Nothing on my sleeves and whoosh, extra supplies. It's magic. It's what I was doing. Garage here to save the day.
Last man's got your back.
Using the decoy escape. Too much ammo left. Ooh, I should fix this. Bad news, I'm down. Check it out. Care package coming in.
Look out, grenade!
Hit it. Oh, he...
Last man's got your back.
Listen up. I'm still down.
Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Not a great Apex. Apex run. But that's okay. Alright. We are switching to game dev. Alright, everybody. Okay, let's go. Alrighty, let's see what am I doing it. It'll be here, it'll be here, it'll be here. Okay, let's go. You can close Steam. All right, let's open up. Udemy. Where did we leave off? I fixed some things after yesterday's fiasco. We're on using member functions. Is this this automatically open? It does. Lovely. And we can live compile. Live coding. Dum da dum dum. Oh, build failed. Why did my build fail? The paging file is too small for this operation, please. Okay, do I need a terminal build file? Java? Why is Java activating? Let's get some copyright-free music going. Paging file is too small for this operation to complete. Okay. Might need to close down Firefox. Let's try that. This was working yesterday, so all right. So that was it. Can't use Firefox. Gotta be Edge. Microsoft Edge. How you feeling?
Direction of a particular vector. Let's dive.
Using member functions.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be introducing member functions and this get safe normal function that will allow us to get hold of the direction of a particular vector. Let's dive in and see how this works. So our simple method for sending the platform back in the opposite direction is working at the speeds we've tested it out at. But what happens if I say, hey, let's make this platform go 10 times faster. Let's go ahead and play, see what happens. Well, suddenly that platform's jumped forward quite a lot, and it's not hovering around the same location as it was before. And the reason for this is because the current location, when we set it as the start location, isn't necessarily exactly the distance moved. We could have overshot, and that is captured here in the if statement. We're saying that the distance moved is greater than the move distance, which means that we will have overshot. We have to have overshot in order to have triggered this if statement, but the question is by how much, and that's going to depend very much on how large the delta time is. We can overshoot by quite large amounts, especially if the platform velocity is large, which means that our start location may drift over time. It may not stay constant. So the better way to do this would be to calculate how far we need to move from the original start location to get to the new one using the exact move distance. So let's try and visualize this back and forth calculation. We're saying we've got a platform at its start location over here. We say it's got a velocity, which we can represent with an arrow that is a direction and a size. And it's also got a distance that we want it to move. We'll just represent it by this brace here. Now, what we're saying is we would like to figure out the exact point where the platform would be at the end, not overshot, but just exactly the end location. Now, the way we can do this is by taking the direction of that velocity arrow. So in vector parlance, this is called the normal of the arrow, and it basically takes it down to being of size 1. So we get the direction, but a size of 1. So that allows us to know, discount essentially the size of the velocity, how fast we're going. And then what we can do is we can multiply that direction by the quantity of our distance to give us an arrow that gives us the whole movement from the start location right to the end location exactly. So let's have a look at how we can do this in C++. What we're looking for is we're going to have a start location equal to. Well, what is it going to be equal to? Well, it's going to be equal to, first of all, the start location plus something, because we're starting from here and we're adding this green vector to get to the end. So what's that green vector there? Well, that's where we need to get the normal of the platform velocity, and just to make it easier for us to understand, I'm going to split that into its own variable. So we're going to create a new variable of type fvector, which I am going to call the move direction, just to make it super clear what it is that we're trying to store in it. And then we're going to get this from the platform velocity dot get safe normal, and then some parentheses around the end. So what's going on here? We haven't seen this before. We've used dot to get hold of the components of a vector, the x, y, and z. Those were variables. But in C++ and in object-oriented programming in general, we also have functions that exist on classes. So we can use the dot operator to get hold of one of those. We've used the : when we've been trying to get it out of the class itself. But when we want to do an operation with the actual vector itself, so platform velocities vector, we can use the dot operator to get the normal of that vector. So that's what we're doing here using a member function instead of a member variable. So we've got the safe normal of that platform velocity, and we'll put semicolon at the end of the line because here we've got a variable that's essentially, we're saying that's the move direction. So now we can use that in the subsequent line to do a move direction multiplied by the move distance that's configured, because we want to move exactly to the end, not overshoot. And then after we've done that, we should actually move our platform to the end location. So we're going to do a set actor location to be the start location, because otherwise our platform will have overshot and gone past that end location, because we'll have updated it with the current location, which is the overshot location. So that allows us to move exactly to the endpoint and then start from that new starting location. Now it's important that we update the platform velocity after we do all of this, because we're using it to get hold of the move direction. So I'm going to update the platform velocity after we set the actor location. Now let's go back into Unreal and hit compile and see if this has fixed the problem with our platform moving.
Can I live code it? Does it work? Does it compile? Yes, it does.
The platform velocity after we set the actor location. Now let's go back into Unreal and hit compile and see if this has fixed the problem with our platform moving backwards and forwards. Let's close down this terminal and hit play. And now if we have a look, the platform's moving quickly, but it is moving reliably around the start and end location we would expect. So that's all I wanted to cover in this lecture. We just corrected a little bit of a bug that could have cropped up for some of our platform configurations. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to be making moving platforms that look a little bit more visually appealing like this by using Blueprint child classes of a C++ class. Let's dive in and see how it works. So enough with this white cube. Let's start using some of the assets from our asset pack. Now, with these moving platforms, we don't want to be reconfiguring them every single time that we create them. So this is where Blueprint classes come in handy. We can put a lot of the configuration into our blueprints. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete out of the scene our current moving platform, because I want to show you how we can create a new Blueprint base class for these. So we've done this very similar process with the BP third person character that we're using. This is a Blueprint class based off of another class. Now we can do this based off of our C++ classes. So we go to our content drawer, and there's a few ways of doing this, but this is one of them. We can go to the C++ classes, go to Obstacle Assault, and right click on the moving platform class that we've got in here and go create Blueprint class based on moving platform. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to call it BP_moving platform and put it in the root of content and hit create blueprint class. And then it's going to pop open the blueprint editor that we are now familiar with. So I'm going to close my content browser. And here you can see that we've got the details pane with all of the settings that we have for our moving platform, and including the move distance, etc. We've also, it's added in a default scene root component because we didn't have a component within here. So an actor needs to have some sort of component, otherwise it's not got a location, which that's why we had to add our cube component in the previous instance. So what I'm wanting to do here is actually bring in some of the assets from our learning kit. So if we go to our content drawer, to the content folder, we'll go to the learning kit and then have a look at assets, and let's have a look at
Whoa. How do I get the content drawer up again? Control space. There we go. Content drawer. Learning kit games. Assets. Whoa.
props. Well, there's lots of things, lots of folders in here. So what I'm actually going to do is filter go to the filter button and look for the static mesh filter, and that's going to show us all of the static meshes down.
Better, where's the... static mesh.
Down under the learning kit. And in my case, I want to make a kind of stone pillar. So there's a few ways I could go about this, but I think this kit floor is one possible avenue to explore. And the other way to have a look at this, of course, is we've got the assets in our scene. So let's go and fly over to this other platform here. Go over to the floating island, and we can have a look at what assets are available. I can see that there's a stone floor that I'm liking the look of. If I click on that and have a look at the static mesh in use, you can see it's this static mesh kit floor mesh. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for in the content drawer, and I could remove the filter if I want to do it that way, and I could look for the kit underscore floor, I think it was. And that's the one that we want. There's two versions, actually. So let's have a little look at the differences between them. It looks like the second one is a bit more fleshed out. There's certainly more properties when I'm hovering over it. In fact, there's even some levels of detail. There's 4 levels of detail where there's only 1 for the other. So I'm going to go for the second one.
Okay, what the... Oh my, I almost clicked exactly on it. SM kit floor 40.
And I'm going to drag it into the viewport, and you can see it gets added in as a component. Component underneath this default scene root component, which is just fine. We don't have to make this kit the absolute center of the whole class. It doesn't have to be the root component. We can attach it to the root, and that actually allows us to move the center of the platform so that the center is in the actual middle of the platform rather than being at wherever the center is for this particular static mesh. So that's what I've done. I've moved my platform over to be a little bit off center. I'm also going to make this into a platform that goes up and down. So selecting the actor in the components panel or clicking on class defaults in the toolbar, I'm going to go and change some of the properties in the moving platform section. So our platform velocity, I'm going to make it go up and down. So I'm going to give it 200 velocity going up, 0 going across.
Rudder. You dragged it in.
There's even some levels of detail. There's 4 levels of detail where there's only 1 for the other. So I'm going to go for the second one, and I'm going to drag it into the viewport. And you can see it gets added in as a component underneath this default scene root component, which is just fine. We don't have to make this kit the absolute center of the whole class. It doesn't have to be the root component. We can attach it to the root. And that actually allows us to move the center of the platform so that the center is in the actual middle of the platform rather than being at wherever the center is for this particular static mesh. So that's what I've done. I've moved my platform over to be a little bit off center. I'm also going to make this into a platform that goes up and down. So selecting the actor in the components panel or clicking on class defaults in the toolbar, I'm going to go and change some of the properties in the moving platform section. So our platform velocity, I'm going to make it go up and down.
All right, I don't have that. My moving platform. Details. Application, rendering, actor.
So I'm going to give it 200 velocity going up, 0 going across, and I'm going to give it a move distance of 500 to start off with, and let's see how that looks. I'm going to bring a moving platform actually into my scene. So let's go to the scene, go to the outliner, search for the third person character and double click on him to bring us back to this other island. Then I'm going to go to the content drawer, go to the root of content, cancel out my search, and drag in our BP moving platform. So there we go, we've got a moving platform in here, and if I hit play, you can see that it is going indeed up and down like this. And if I put 2 of them in the scene, so I drag in another one.
Okay, what? Whoa, 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 whoa.
You'll see that they both react in the same way and they both are linked because of that blueprint class that they both share. So I'd like to challenge you to customize your own.
Homie, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I got variable. Yeah.
Static mesh. So that's what I've done. I've moved my platform over to be a little bit off center. I'm also going to make this into a platform that goes up and down. So selecting the actor in the components panel or clicking on class defaults in the toolbar, I'm going to go and change some of the properties in the moving platform section.
Rudder, I don't have the moving platform section. So, you know, what's up with that? What if I search for it? Oh, there we go. Don't know why. Oh, it's right here.
So our platform velocity, I'm going to make it go up and down. So I'm going to give it 200 velocity going up, 0 going across, and I'm going to give it a move distance of 500 to start off with, and let's see how that looks. I'm going to bring a moving platform actually into my scene. So let's go to the scene, go to the outliner, search for the third person character and double click on him to bring us back to this other island. Then I'm going to go to the content drawer, go to the root of content, cancel out my search, and drag in our BP moving platform. So there we go, we've got a moving platform in here, and if I hit play, you can see that it is going indeed up and down like this. And if I put two of them in the scene, so I drag in another one, you'll see that they both react in the same way, and they both are linked because of that blueprint class that they both share. So I'd like to challenge you to customize your...
Just kidding, that was mean. Alright, so this is what he wanted. Lovely. We're on
your own platform here. You may choose to go with the approach I'm going with, or you may go entirely different. You can also create more than one blueprint variant class so that your moving platforms could be some that float, some that go side to side, some that are pillars coming out of the ground. I'm going to go for the rock pillar coming out of the ground as the idiom. So and if you want to follow along, that's your challenge as well, to make it a pillar emerging from the floor.
Make it a pillar emerging from the floor. What? Or these again. I can rotate this, I think. 90 degrees. Do this. Do this. No, I attach them. Eek Babaderko. Damn near perfect. And how do I group them?
What we're going to have to do is look for some appropriate components from the kit that could be the sides of the pillar. Then we're going to drag them into the blueprint class, and we're going to position them in place so that they form the base underneath that floor component that we've already put in. So pause the video and have a go at making your own rising pillar. Okay, welcome back. So let's stop playing with our rising pillar. I'm going to go over to the BP moving platform. In fact, I'm going to go over into the scene view first of all, and I'm going to travel over to the other island here by right-clicking on it and going snap view to object. So I snap right to that island, and then we're going to look for different walls that I could use. Okay, so there's a few rocky walls here that I'm seeing. That could be a good component. You could also put little holes in the wall if you wanted to. There's some kind of sloping roof, but that's kind of already at an angle. That might not be the ideal. There's also, we could use these upturned islands. These could be used as part of a more rocky and craggy base if we wanted to, but I'm going to go for a slightly more boring wall. So I'm just going to use the kit wall. Let's go over to the moving platform. I'm going to open up the content drawer and look for kit underscore wall. And then using, let's find which element is the most appropriate. I think it's this one here. It's got 4 levels of detail, so that's the one I want. And I'm going to drag it into the world, and I'm going to need a couple of them. But let's start off with just the one. So I'm going to position it down and across from our platform, like so. And then I'm going to duplicate it with just a Control-C, Control-V, and then I can rotate using the Rotate tool. There you go, it's made the other side automatically. Now let's go and paste it again. Use the Move tool to just flip it over to the other side here. And I'm not being too careful with positioning because I think it's rocky, it can be a little bit haphazard. Then I'm going to copy the one side that's already aligned and bring it over to the other. So in total, we have about 4 wall elements, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take all 4 of them, and we're going to copy them and paste them, and we're going to drag them on down to be the elements down below as well, so that this is a nice tall rocky pillar that should allow us to pop out of the ground. And I'm just going to do one more level down so that we can use it in particularly tall situations. And then we're going to go and save, go back over to the main.
What the? Rudder.
Main level out 4, bring it over to the other. So in total, we have about 4 wall elements, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take all 4 of them, and we're going to copy them and paste them, and we're going to drag them on down to be the elements down below.
Okay.
Low as well, so that this is a nice tall rocky pillar that should allow us to pop out of the ground. And I'm just going to do one more level down so that we can use it in particularly tall situations. And then we're going to go and save, go back over to the main level. We're going to go double click on our third person character to zoom us back and hit play. And now these 2 rocky pillars that I've got are popping in and out of the ground just fine. You can see they're going in sync with each other. We could work on changing that if we wanted to, but they are going up and down and both have sides to them, so I can't get trapped underneath. And it also gives them a bit of a sense of grounding rather than looking like magical floaty platforms. Great stuff. So we've learned about how we can create Blueprint child classes off of C++ classes. I'll see you in the next lecture.
I'll see you in the next lecture. Don't fly, dude.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be setting up our own little obstacle assault course, and we're going to be implementing these little pusher platforms here that will push our character off. We're going to have to implement a few little fixes to our character class in order to do this. So let's dive in and see what they are. So another type of puzzle I'd like to include using this basic moving platform component is to have a pusher that will basically push us off of a ledge. Now, the way that I want to do this is take this cube here, I think it's called Puzzle Cube A, and that can be the cube that is essentially the pusher, and we're going to configure it slightly differently from the moving platform. So let's go ahead and navigate back to our platform. So I can right click and actually click go here, which takes my camera kind of to focus on it. And then what we can do is go to our content drawer, to the C++ classes, clear my search, go to Obstacle Assault, right click on the moving platform and create a new blueprint class based on it. This time I'm going to call it the...
Yo, chill. You just went so fast.
VP. So another type of puzzle I'd like to include using this basic moving platform component is to have a pusher that will basically push us off of a ledge. Now, the way that I want to do this is take this cube here, I think it's called Puzzle Cube A, and that can be the cube that is essentially the pusher, and we're going to configure it slightly differently from the moving platform. So let's go ahead and navigate back to our platform. So I can right click and actually click go here, which takes my camera kind of to focus on it. And then what we can do is go to our content drawer, to the C++ classes, clear my search, go to Obstacle Assault, right click on the moving platform and create a new blueprint class based on it. This time I'm going to call it the VP underscore pushing cube, like so. I'm going to put it in the root of content and click create blueprint class. Now I can close my content browser. I'm not sure why it keeps wanting to bring that one up. And I'm going to go is go to our content drawer, to the C++ classes, clear my search, go to Obstacle Assault, right click on the moving platform and create a new blueprint class based on it. This time I'm going to call it the VP underscore pushing cube, like so. I'm going to put it in the root of content and click create blueprint class. Now I can close my content browser. I'm not sure why it keeps wanting to bring that one up. And I'm going to go to the content drawer, go to the root of content and search for the puzzle cube, all one word. And we're looking for the Puzzle Cube A, so that's this one here, the mesh. I'm going to drag in to our blueprint class and then close the content drawer, close my compile results so I can see the viewport a little bit better. And I actually want to scale this cube up because by default it's actually quite small. I'm going to make it at least 10 times bigger in every dimension. So I'm going to hit a little padlock and search for the Puzzle Cube, all one word. And we're looking for the Puzzle Cube A, so that's this one here, the mesh. I'm going to drag in to our blueprint class and then close the content drawer, close my compile results so I can see the viewport a little bit better. And I actually want to scale this cube up because by default it's actually quite small. I'm going to make it at least 10 times bigger in every dimension. So I'm going to hit a little padlock next to the scale property so that each of these basically scales the same. And I'm going to change one of them to 10 and then the other two will scale up to 10 as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the direction of movement. So it's currently moving in the X direction. And if we look in our scene, you can see that that's basically the forward direction. I want to move it side to side. Obviously, we could rotate it once we put it in the scene, and it wouldn't matter so much. But I'm going to change it to 0 in the X. And it needs to be reasonably fast for it to be an obstacle that we need to avoid. So I'm going to make it 300. And I'm going to make the move distance very large too. So I'm going to make it at least 500 to start with. And obviously this can be then configured again once we place this in the level. So let's save that, go into our level and try and place this cube. I'm going to cancel out my search in the content drawer, go to the root of content and drag in a pushing cube. It's absolutely massive. I definitely got the scale way off. So let's go back to the blueprint class for the pushing cube, go look at the scale property, and maybe we just want to make it 4 times larger. And note that I'm doing this with the scale lock on. So I'm making it 4 times larger in every dimension. And go back into the level. And this is looking a lot more reasonable now. So you can see that it's actually clipping into the ground a little bit. So what we can do is we could either solve this by lifting up the cube in the world, or we could do it once and for all and actually lift it up in the pushing cube class instead. So I think we're going to need to lift it up by about, let's start dragging up and see what looks sane.
What?
I think about 200 puts it on the ground plane. So save that, go back into our scene, and there you go. It looks like it is correct now. I'm just going to move it so that it's going to overlap with our player. Let's go ahead and hit play. And you can see it's moving backwards and forwards. It's not moving very far backwards and forwards, so I think we do need to change that. Let's go back to the class, go to the class defaults, and make the move distance. I think it's going to need to be at least 1500, like so. And we might want to set the move direction in the opposite direction, although that could just be a matter of preference. So let's go back to our main window and drag the cube over to the left instead. Because that's the direction it's going to be moving in. Let's hit play, and there we go. It's going past very slowly, so I'm not happy with the speed. Let's change that speed. I think it needs to be at least 3 times faster. Let's make it 900, hit play, and there you go. We've got a bit more of a challenge. However, we've also got a bug. Our character doesn't really get pushed in a very sensible or nice way by this pushing cube. You can see it glitches, it's not smooth. However,
Well,
I would like to draw your attention to a little workaround. If I'm trying to move while it hits me, you notice that it actually does it all very smoothly. And that is because the character code doesn't actually check for collisions unless you are trying to move. So there's a little bit of a workaround for us to do this. We're going to go to our BP third-person character that we've created. Now, the way you can get to this is either via the content drawer, or you can select the character in the scene, go to the details pane, go to the blueprint button, and hit Open Blueprint Editor. Pushing cube, you can see it glitches, it's not smooth. However, I would like to draw your attention to a little workaround. If I'm trying to move while it hits me, you notice that it actually does it all very smoothly. And that is because the character code doesn't actually check for collisions unless you are trying to move. So there's a little bit of a workaround for us to do this. We're going to go to our BP third-person character that we've created. Now, the way you can get to this is either via the content drawer, or you can select the character in the scene, go to the details pane, go to the blueprint button, and hit Open Blueprint Editor. And what we want to do is essentially every single tick, we want to move the character a little bit to the left and then a little
Homie.
bit back to the right. Now, the way we're going to do this is using a component on the character called the character movement component. So select that in the components pane, then right-click in your blueprint event graph, and then search for move updated component. Essentially what this function does is it tells the movement component that it should use its character movement rules to move the character around. So you can see that it takes a delta, which basically says this is how far you should move, and it has a sweep, which tells us that it should look out for any collisions along the way. So we can make it do a very straightforward movement of basically 1 centimeter in the X and Y. It doesn't so much matter whether it moves in the Z because we're not looking for those collisions really. Then we can take the tick and drag the execution pin into our move updated component. And if we left it like this, it would be problematic because gradually our character would be drifting. Let me show you. If I hit play, you can see that the character is gradually 1 centimeter at a frame at a time is drifting his way across the scene. So what we need to do is also move back. So dragging our character movement component down here, I'm going to drag off of this pin again and look again for the move updated component. I'm going to thread in the execution pin so that it gets called out of the first move updated component. And then I'm going to make the move updated component. I'm going to thread. So dragging our character movement component down here, I'm going to drag off of this pin again and look again for the move updated component. I'm going to thread in the execution pin so that it gets called after the first move updated component. And then I'm going again for the move updated component. I'm going to thread in the execution pin so that it gets called after the first move updated component, and then I'm going to make the delta -1 in the X and -1 in the Y. So the end result will be that nothing seems to have happened. However, because we've forced the movement component to look for these collisions with the sweep, it's going to react smoothly to the pusher. So let's go ahead and hit play, and go and stand in the path of our pusher, and you can see we very smoothly get nudged just out of the way like so. So I'd like to challenge you to make an obstacle course of your own using this pusher and moving platform components that we've put together here. So here's the example of the obstacle course that I've made in my prototype. You can see I've got some moving platforms to raise me up onto a little island, so you can use one of these islands and scale it down as a platform, and then I've got the pushers moving backwards and forwards that I have to make my way through. And then there's rotating platforms, but we're going to get to that later, so don't worry. But we've got these pushers and we've got the moving platforms. So have a go. You can try and replicate this, or if you're feeling creative and want to try something different, then please go ahead and create your own obstacle course, because that's always really exciting to see. And if you do create something unique, please share it in the discussions so that we can all have a look and get inspired. So pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So now that we've got our pushers working, let's make something a bit interesting, shall we? So I'm going to take this platform and actually rotate it around so we've got a bit more length to our setup. And I'm going to drag it along so the character is right at the end of the platform.
Can I edit just this one? Oh yeah, I can.
And then I'm going to take these two moving platforms and position them one after the other. And one of them I'm going to add 1000 to its Z axis. And I'm going to send it moving in the opposite direction. So these two platforms should meet somewhere around the middle. Then I'm going to duplicate the floating island that we're standing on. So by alt-clicking and dragging, I'm going to rotate it just so it doesn't immediately look obviously the same platform. I'm going to drag it out, and I'm going to rescale it a little bit so that we can fit it on top of the other platform. Because ultimately what I want to happen is that once we get on top of this upper platform, we get pushed down, so we don't die, but it gives us a bit of a setback. Now I'm going to take these pusher cubes. I'm going to actually just drag them in onto the upper platform. I'm going to put a few of them in. So I think 3 is enough for the time being. And I'm going to drag one of them over to the other side and flip its velocity like so. So instead of being 9, it's going to be minus 900, and we're going to go in the opposite direction. Let's try this out. So I can get up onto these moving platforms. They allow me to have a bit of a ladder up here. And now I have to try and get past these guys. And interestingly, I just noticed a little bit of a bug with the way that we're forcing our character to move. And I'll cover that in just a second. But yeah, it's a little bit challenging, but it is doable. We could definitely get through those. I'm not doing it very well at the moment, but we could definitely get through those cubes if we wanted to. So the next thing to do is fix that little bug. Now, the issue here is that when we've called move updated component, we're setting a rotation in here that is not our character's rotation, which means that it's always going to put us facing forwards. So the easy way to fix this is to right-click and do Get Actor Rotation, and simply pass the actor rotation in to the new rotation for move updated component. You can pass it in to both of them, but the one that really matters is that we'd be doing it for the last one. So we can go ahead and play now, and we should be able to see the move updated component. You can pass it in to both of them, but the one that really matters is
Look at me just being up here. I can fly. Screw your obstacle course. I have the power of flight. Mere mortal.
that we'd be doing it for the last one. So we can go ahead and play now, and we should be able to see that we can indeed now rotate our character as appropriate. Well, great stuff. In this lecture, we have fixed a little bit of a collision bug with our character, and we've set up a little bit of an obstacle assault course for us to get started. I hope you've had fun, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the Game Mode class in Unreal, and we're going to see how that allows us to right-click and use the Play From Here menu item to start from anywhere in our level. Very useful for playtesting. Let's dive in and see how this works. So one thing we don't typically do in Unreal is actually have our character in the world when we start. We've seen in the past that often that character gets spawned in from a player start point. And the reason for this, among other things, is that it allows us to be a bit more flexible about how the player starts, so that if we were trying to playtest our level and wanted to start off already on the cliff, we could right-click on the cliff and go Play From Here. If you try that out right now, you'll notice that actually you just end up where we've placed the character. And the reason for that is that Unreal doesn't actually know what character we want to use. Now, the way this typically gets solved is with a class called a game mode. A game mode is essentially an actor that goes into your level and controls the rules for the game. It tells it how to do things such as who should spawn where, what class we're going to use for the player, as well as many other classes that define how our game works. And in multiplayer games, it can control things like how many players are allowed in a given game. It can also control win conditions, so things like capture the flag tends to be a game mode, or battle royale, maybe a different sort of game mode.
Yeah.
These are what we mean by the rules of a particular game or a particular match. Now, if we go to the toolbar and click on the blueprint dropdown, you can see that under the project settings and under the world override, there is a menu item called game mode. So we've got a setting for the project as a whole, which tells us what is the default game mode for any level that we create within our project. And then we have the world override, which tells us this is the game mode for this particular level. So you can see that at the moment we are using something called the BP Learning Kit game mode. And that's included with the kit and the project that we created. So what we actually want to do is go and create our own. And we're going to do this in Blueprint for the time being, but it is possible to create game modes in C++, and we will do that later on in the course. So let's go to the project settings and game mode menu item, and then go over to the create submenu. And then what we're going to do is we're going to select a base to base this actor class off of. And the one I recommend you use is the game mode base. It's the one with the most minimal settings and things included, so we don't get anything we don't need. So we can click on the game mode base to create a new game mode. And we got to choose a name like we would for creating any other actor blueprint. So we're going to call it BP, always starting with that BP prefix when we're creating blueprints. And it's going to be BP underscore obstacle assault game mode. And I'm going to put that in the root of the content folder and hit save. And now it's going to open up into its own tab, and you can see that it is really just the actor tab, so exactly like any other actor. And the interesting thing is if we go to our class defaults to have a look at the properties and settings of the actor itself, you can see that there is a section called classes. And this is what dictates what player we can have spawned into the world. So this is what we want to change. We want to find particularly this section called the default pawn class. We've talked about how a pawn is essentially the player that you play with. So we're going to, instead of the default pawn, select the drop down and look for the BP third person character. That's the character that we've created. And we're going to set that as the default. Then we're going to hit save and go back to the main level. Go to the blueprint drop down, and you can still see we have this world override for this particular map. We want to clear that so that the default project game mode is the one that's going to be used. So let's select the world override and go to where it says select game mode class, and we're going to go and select none. So now in the drop down, if you have a look at it, you can see that it's saying that the game mode is not overridden and we're using the project default game mode instead. However, if you right click somewhere in the world and click play from here, it's still not going to work. And the reason for that is we still have this character in the level that wants to take over, essentially, because we've told it to, and we don't have any player starts. So I'd like to challenge you to fix that by adding a player start, remove the current character from the scene, open up the place actors panel, and drag in the player start actor, then test it out and see if when you play, you start from the player start.
Homo.
And also see if you can right click somewhere and click play from here and see if that works too. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So going to start off by deleting the character here. Got my place actors open. Obviously we can do that from the quickly add to project button in the toolbar and open the place actors panel that way. And we can drag in a player start into the scene. So place it in roughly where the character was. Hit play, and boom, our character is spawned in. Now, what about that right-click menu option? So I'm going to go on top of our platform, right-click, play from here, and here we are, right on top of the platform, allowing us to play test our game far more easily than if we had to go through the entire level every time. Great stuff. We've developed a bit of an understanding of the game mode class, really crucial in Unreal game development. I will see you in the next lecture.
I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, that's it for me for now. Let's rip some craft to round this out. Minecraft. Save selected. Select them and say here. Minecraft. Switch my game.
Mr. Shark? Mr. Shark? Yeah, talk to him. So, where that phone? Who I gave that phone to? Let me get that.
Minecraft. Done. Kick. Yes, dude. Love that. Crap ain't treating me right. What was the solution to this? Flashing Minecraft. Yes, this is fun. Oh! No. Uh-huh. Dude. You're psycho. Hey. No. Oh, you bitch. Fucking get back. God damn it. Hey, 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 hey. Where you going? Boy. I'm gonna beat that ass. There it is. There it is. You don't need to sleep. Oh, I do though. Yeah. They're gonna boat on me? There's no motherfucking boat. Yeah, get him. You know what? I kind of don't want to. Hey, yo, chill. What? How much leather do I have? Do I need leather for books? Sugar. Paper. How do I make paper? Sugar, right? And then no. Fuck. Alright, I'm googling it. Oh, you're kidding me. How do I not have the craft on it, man? What do I need? Who wants to be guy? You. Looting 3. Negative. Slipping edge? No. Who wants to be my librarian? Hello, Mr. Librarian. Fire aspect? I don't think so. Impaling? Not today. Riptide? No thanks. A bookshelf. Well, actually, that... Yeah. I want to do it. Do I have? I do have a crafting table. Very nice. Very nice. I need more emeralds. Wait a tick. How are there two? You don't both. How are there? How? Come on, you silly butt. Oh, yeah, you want it. No, you want it. Come on, I know you want it. Power 2 sucks. Give me something good. Give me something good. I don't even have the emeralds to trade with you for AVG. Wrong. Is it already nighttime? Okay, I can fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up. Owie. Sorry to disturb you. Alright, you're getting locked up. We're locking you up. My guy. Don't know where that came from. Oh wait, I got 6 right here. Come on, dude. Settle down there. Oh, that was something. There you go. Fellas. Have to make these all path locks so you fools can't spawn in here. Y'all being real annoying. Meh. Mending. Okay. Don't have the freaking emeralds to do it, so maybe one more tree. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Garbage, 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 garbage. Probably not enough. Mending. Oh yes, sir. I like that sound. No, where'd you go? No! Oh, that's so annoying. And now you are running free. Come on, yeah, baby. Probably should go get more Valerian. I'll chop all these points down. Do, 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 do. Alright, last tree. Oh, nope. Them on trees. What's wrong, guys? Um, LT1. Buddy. Damn it! Oh. I don't have any books. Okay, hopefully my next trade has a book too. Oh. Pick it up. Curse of Vanishing? No. Mending? Yep. Bookshelf. I can do that actually. Power 4? No. Bro. Fire protection 4. I will need this because of the nether, but no. Another mending. Sorry. probably should have just did that unbreaking too. I quite literally have on 4. That's kind of sick. I'm gonna do that. Bro, can you fucking chill out, homie? Let the boy watch. For sure do not have enough. So let's just do this. Let's just do this. Geister, dude. What the hell? Efficiency 3, is that the highest? Oh, efficiency 5. Holy shit. Protection 4, that's huge. Oh. Do I got any more bits? Alright, I need unbreaking, fear mending, feather falling. Make a couple staircases there. Staircase. 8-ear staircases. Bro, I'm gonna off you. Okay. Oh. Unbreaking or efficiency, please. Mending. Wally. Huh? Ah. Huh. 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 Efficiency 5. There it is. What's good with it? I need... Y'all are getting locked up. Just kidding. I can't freaking lock you up. Ah! Oh! I'm sorry. Whip some ass. Go put efficiency on his huh. Aaron earned an iron earned. Where is my iron? Do I have it on my person? I'm blind! Am I crazy here? I didn't get rid of it, did I? Where is my iron? Lots of food. Huh. What? Oh, it's Lily. Okay. Anvil. I could really use Unbreaking 3. Basically the only one I need. Besides like fortune, looting. Honestly, don't know what else. Fire protection. Shall we shag now or shag later? Okay, who's got a bookshelf for me? My lending guy? A bookshelf guy. Bane of Anthropods. Lantern! That's pretty solid. Ain't gonna lie, that's pretty solid. And I need a lectern, please. Minx. Unbreaking, please. Unbreaking 3, please. Hey, go have some babies. Show me Unbreaking 3. Unbreaking 3. Want you to trade me again. them. Unbreaking 3. Oh, buddy. I'm gonna have to clear you out soon. Unbreaking 3. What the? Silk touch. My butt's starting to hurt. Where's Unbreaking 3? Nematodes. Oh, sound real angry. Unbreaking 3. Unbreaking 3. I'm looking for Unbreaking 3 because I want to be unbreakable. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A million bazillion trades later. Oh, it's getting late. I need to go to bed. I need to do these video edits too. Alright. If I don't get it by 11:30, I'm going to bed. 15 more minutes of this. For sure, I'm gonna get it. Huh. See what the old lady's up to. Oh. Surely. Unbreaking 3. Unbreak my 3. Scared the shit out of me. Yes! Yes! Yes. Alright, that's it. Happy to call it there. 4 hours.